counts. Like one worse. All right. You working from here today?
Kind of looks that way. Yeah. I got a.
Are you filling in for Abby?
No, Amanda had asked me to do the live stream to teach her how to do it. Since she wasn't here this morning, figured I'd pop in and do it.
Did you do it already?
I did the morning session. And then I was setting up for the afternoon.
What time's that?
I think 1:30 or 1 o'clock. Something like that. So I got it.
Users that don't want to be down here, they can watch it remotely. Is that?
It's twofold. Not watch it remotely. It's certainly that can happen. But I was actually interested in grabbing both the transcript as well as because it's a YouTube live event. After we're done, we can actually do time slices. So when he went through that whole list, he goes 15 things that I want to walk out of there and know.
Yeah.
We'll just go back and find the points at a time, and then we'll have a landing page that has it back. There's a screen share for each of that, so they'll have a training going forward. And then if we can grab the transcript off of the broadcast this morning, we should have a searchable document that will actually go through everything that he said.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, but I got to be in the HR interviews at 1:30. So,
for the talent manager?
Yeah.
Talent?
So I'm going to kind of run this off for about an hour. So, just hoping that it continues to run. But it should. I mean, there's no reason that it should stop.
Should I sabotage these people or do the sign up?
Yeah. In the background. Yeah, I think we're good here. I'm just going to let it. It'll record up to 8 hours. And he's already sharing the screen. So. Is that one going to go to sleep?
I don't know. Possibly.
Well, that dropped him off. Oh, cool. You should be good here.
Are they backfilling various positions, you know?
They are.
Was that posted or is it internal candidates?
No, not internal. I wish that it was. I was kind of hoping Jackie was because I think, I mean, if you look at it, we have Dana, Chris, myself, and Mike. We've got people that have worked in the stadium schools, so we have a unique opportunity to actually take somebody who might not have all of the credentials listed on paper, but we know is cool, is interested in it. I watched her right here during Lake Christine. She ran the show.
Really?
So, yeah, so I'd really like to see us grow her into kind of the next generation. But I don't think she put in for it. I didn't know it's all external candidates.
I didn't realize that she was on
With Dana?
No, I think it's a Jackie.
No, Jackie didn't, but Dana did. And so Chris,
I thought you said you wish Jackie.
I do, because I think she's local, and I think she's local grown, and she's really good at emergency management. She got it in a very natural way. And I thought she really did a good job during Lake Christine. And so what I was hoping was, because normally you have to hire somebody from the outside who walks in with all these credentials. And, you know, it's pretty, emergency management is a pretty closed society. I mean, if you don't have, you know, all of those different certificates, and it's hard to get a job as an emergency manager. And I saw an opportunity that we could bring her in and actually grow her into the position. And we've got, like I said, between Chris, Dana, and I, we spent years at the State Emergency Operations Center, so we can support her
Yeah.
and allow her to get those certificates, but really grow an emergency manager.
Yeah.
That's what I was hoping for, but I don't think she put in. So
I
I didn't either. I just got a notice from Dana, because Chris Dana and I are going to be through the interview starting tomorrow. So I don't know where it got posted, but we have there's a lot of outsiders.
out of state.
I think there are a couple out of state. Yeah. But yeah.
And you can still product unless it's closed. I mean,
Yeah, maybe so. Like I said, I'd like to. Emergency management is such a rough place to get into, because it is a good old one.
Yeah.
And they all know each other. All the years bounce around from one work to another. The problem is most of them come from a generation that's not YouTube based, Hangout based,
Right.
cutting edge using Google Documents. The stuff that we did for Lake Christine sent shudders through how the state was organized, because they've never seen a local group work in a Google document 350 people at a time. That just shattered their brain, because it's all based on what you've seen. Asynchronous update that doesn't take place in real time. It's really antiquated. And so I'd rather us grow somebody who has a next generation workforce.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, instead of losing somebody who's based on paper forms, starting over.
Old school.
Yeah, because it's just not like that anymore. If Haiti taught us anything, the first thing that happened, that's the argument that old guard after a couple hours, we're going to have to be able to organize this meeting. Bullshit. We had an island in the Caribbean wiped down by an earthquake. And what happened first? Mobile repeaters. What was the primary way in which all information was being stored? Mobile devices. How are they connecting with the citizens? Citizens were creating charging stations on car batteries and making money on the side, charging a few pennies for people in charge of their car batteries. Who's sitting in the middle of the mountains? If we go down, create wildfires like that, we bump the sun, or we bump to whatever the nearest local community is, and we swarm in. And so I don't buy it. I don't buy that technology is not going to have a role. So, yeah. It's even shown if you look at the NIMS and the setup of an emergency management operation. Where's IT on that list? It's nestled in under maybe communications. Bullshit. IT ought to have a role as an emergency support function on par with public information, on par with communications, on par with. You cannot take technology out of it. I think the same way about GIS. GIS on a formal role at the table in policy decisions of how that information is treated. So yeah, so that's my theory.
Well, so let's see what kind of cannons we get.
We're going to run them through a gamut tomorrow.
Right on.
Yeah. Good on. Yeah, cool. Thanks for the help.
Yeah.
Cool.
Are they going to do a training for the contractor community?
No.
They're on cap already though, right?
Mm-hmm. Life is good, man. You having fun, Everett?
I am. Been a good day. Morning. Decent wrap. Great scenery. Are you much of an outdoorsman?
I like a good hike.
Mhm.
I like going into the mountains.
Okay.
Susan and I might retire here.
Serious about that.
She really wants to retire here.
Huh?
My older son is from my first marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So he's 13.
Okay.
We're going to stay put until he gets done with high school. So 5 more years.
Probably a little early to tell for sure, but you expect him to be college bound.
Yeah. He's going to have a lot of money if he doesn't go to college.
You gonna give it to him?
I don't know. His mom puts the majority of my child support payments into his college fund.
That's cool.
He's always talked about wanting to go to Emory. College fund ain't going to be that big.
What, I'm sorry?
His college fund won't be that big. I'm thinking, I'll try and get him to go to Georgia. Where I went.
Any idea what he wants to study?
I always talked about chemistry.
Oh. Same time, it's figuring out the future.
Yeah.
13, that's around the time they take the PSAT, right?
So, no, I think that's 10th grade.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right, you're right. That's interesting.
What did you learn?
Well, I just need to deploy a report for Mulvin real quick and let them know that it's there. But it looks like somebody voted one here last week. Who would have done that? And it's a daily transaction report. That's weird. That's the only one. You saw that email from Carl.
What did you say?
He said that they did move the
Oh, sure. Good old Carl Sands.
Yeah, it seems odd that we would move somebody.
It's all good. Yeah, take a look at some UATs when you're done eating if you want.
Yeah, I will. That's my plan. I scanned them earlier, and some of the stuff I'm just gonna have questions for you.
Yeah,
Uh,
a lot,
A lot
probably
of stuff is from like last winter, last spring.
a lot of it's gonna be like, yeah, that's fixed. Yeah, that's fixed. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fixed.
that's kind of what I think.
So really some list maintenance needs to be done first.
Yeah.
Hey, Brandon,
Good. Where'd you eat?
Red Canyon Sandwich Shop.
Oh, okay. All right. Have you been to Moe's yet?
I hear it's good though.
It's good. Pork barbecue. And if it's not on the menu, it has for it anyway. It's on the menu.
Okay.
Yeah,
Been doing this a little while. I brag on Eagle County team in general because they're really on the ball.
Yeah, it's been a big deal. We really feel super excited about it.
I didn't know I was saying.
It's pretty sweet.
You just started back to together. Okay. I'll have to step back from 1 to 2. That would be a challenge. This is- Have you all been working there in Eagle County for a long time?
So I started a little over 2 years. Then realized a lot of things really go on hold in the summer when it's real busy.
Yeah. You went to- you're in the spring.
Yeah.
Did you go up here?
No, we're going to Texas.
Okay.
But I got here as soon as I could. You know, condition there is water. It's really good.
Waterburger, I haven't heard of that.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
fast food place. No, my parents live up here.
Okay.
So they live over in, that's where I live. East on Breckenridge.
Okay.
That area on the other side of Phil.
Okay.
Yeah, I've only been up here a year here in Denver County. I worked down in Denver with the government office
Okay.
for the last several years. This was coming home, even though it's still home. Are you based out of Atlanta also?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Do you work like mountain or Midwest region, or do you have to travel all over, just wherever?
It's interesting.
Yeah. Can up until that point where you wake up in a hotel.
We'll see.
Yes.
I'm there
I don't know.
already. I am. I don't, so we don't, our group doesn't travel quite as much. There's another group that doesn't go installation. They travel every single week, maybe 40 or 50 weeks a year. But we don't travel quite as much. We do a lot of stuff remotely.
Yeah, cool.
But I just happen to be in a spot where I am traveling every week for like 2 months. And it's like the other night I was home, like, I know I gotta leave, but where am I going again?
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got it. I packed a second bag. It's in the back seat of my car at the airport parking lot, just in case our flight is delayed.
Yeah.
Because I'm flying out on Saturday.
Yeah, it's cool.
I was talking to one of the managers of that other group last week, and we were just talking about some of the benefits of their methodology versus ours. And that was one of the things. That was like, you know, what's your turnover like, your burnout rate? And he said that they don't have a turnover issue. But I'm not sure what time frame he's talking about. You know, because he's pretty much new to that group. He's been in that group for less than a year, and I know that I've heard more than a year ago. I heard that like a lot of people were leaving or had left, and I know one of them came back. But I mean, I could see that. I mean, you take the job and it's full disclosure, 100% travel, and you're like, okay, but you don't know what that is until you've done it. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that was one of the things that we were talking about is like, especially with some of those guys who are doing that travel work involved in the conversation, and you know, it's like it's either the best thing that happens to your relationship or the worst.
Yeah. That's true. Cool.
Awesome. Thank you. You.
No, thanks for asking.
You're all by yourself. Oh, no, it's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Help the size of the table. It's like a bad marriage, Dave. That was good this morning. I appreciate all your help.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Oh, doggone, I messed up.
Sure.
I made a mistake on this. I made a mistake on this song. Spec.
For Malton.
Yeah.
Hey, Vance, welcome back. How's it going?
That part went well.
Thanks, Vance.
Like to help the GIF.
Hi, guys, welcome back. Good habits. We got our fur on, yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna curl up under this table and have a nap. Everett's in charge. Yeah.
Sandwich.
Hey, Christina, it was wonderful.
Yeah, what did you guys get?
I got a roast beef sandwich.
Oh, the home center.
Had Colorado Philly.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How do you like
It's
it?
good. It's
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
How was your doggy?
He's good. Good dog. Got her like probably about a year
Okay, cool.
now. About that. She's still a puppy. With the yellow lab and it's just like full of energy. So I think my service is building.
It's great.
So calling. A little missing. Early. Well, it's still very early.
And that's it.
Yeah. I need to set up a meeting to discuss our the survey results. And it's supposed to be all of contact. So do you guys have, I know that you have like day preference usually. No, and 3 weeks. I'm looking at the week of the 28th. Well, I can look at calendars, but are there?
Monday.
Okay. Since it's all of you guys, right? Don't you guys usually like afternoons? I mean, for that meeting. Afternoons, aren't those usually better? So they have time to get back. But yeah, this is it.
Okay, fantastic. Still a couple minutes before official time, so I appreciate you guys coming in here. The hardest session is over, and there's lots of people, lots of different skill sets, it's difficult. We got a much smaller group there. I think we can get further into the weeds a little bit. So feel free to ask questions. We want to go inspections end to end. I've got the system up. I've got some active permits up there, and I want to talk about how inspection records get created or requested, all the way through to how they get scheduled and assigned. When do they need to happen? Who needs to do them? And how do they get resulted? And how all of that works. I know Colleen's done a great deal of internal training. And we have a list of items that we need to review as well. But I think that's where we're headed. If you're not logged in, go ahead and log back in. You should have managed my inspections as a favorite. You should have permit search as a favorite. You probably have inspection search as a favorite. So all I've done is I have found an electrical permit, electrical alteration, and tell me if this is a bad example. It's at 54 Cresta Road. It looks like it's just applied for in December and got issued in December and hasn't had any inspections called in on it yet. So we're going to talk about how an inspection record gets created. So probably route number one, they call in, talk to Amanda, right? Hey, I am the contractor, Daniel Durham of Snow Cones Incorporated. I am calling in an inspection at my site, 54 Cresta Road, on permit number 20553. I'd like to have it tomorrow. So Amanda, here's your process, and correct me if I'm wrong. They're saying it's the roof, so we haven't on the wall. We haven't walled anything up yet. We need you to come check it before we wall it up. Amanda will navigate from the main detail screen over into workflow. Because this is an imported record and it's already in a status of active, we can essentially assume that it's to this point, that it has already been issued. New cases, we would walk through the workflow, but converted cases, we're kind of already down into inspections. So they're calling for their rough-in. Amanda or whoever fields that phone call would navigate, right-click, and create that inspection record. Christine, did you already do that?
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's it's a perfect example. If you would like, kind of test your skills a little bit, go into permit search, go to search criteria, pretend someone is calling, right? So I'm fielding a phone call. They don't even know their permit number, but they know their address. How am I going to look up their stuff? 54, I can't even remember, CR or something? Oh goodness, I got this huge result set, 98. You just kind of, by status maybe? Just see the active ones. 54 and CR. I did a really wide search and I narrowed it down. I'm like, okay, I see you've got lots of active permits, 54 Cresta Road, Unit 11. Or, oh, you're the electrical guy. Looks like you're calling in on this one. Amanda's got a hold of it now.
I can't put on it. So I have a different case up, and
Okay.
I just tried, and I'm in electric permit,
Okay.
and I tried to do the rough electric, and I got a do not use because of unfunctional work class for this permit.
I think you did a sub permit and not an inspection. Hi, Julie. Welcome back. We're just going on to how do inspection records get created. Scenario one is someone calls in to have their inspection requested.
So when you say sub permit, that means it's
right. So find the permit, find an active permit, maybe searching by address, and request an inspection. Over here on street name.
So where to find that active
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yep.
get a supplement from that.
Yeah, practice your searches so we can look at all active permits. If you kind of go, wait a minute, I filled out some criteria. How do I start from scratch? Let's close the tab, right? Close the tab and go back up to favorites and choose permit search again. So new tab has no criteria filled out. Let's look at all the active permits. Well, that's going to be several hundred. 1,200 active permits. That's a lot. Maybe I only want to see ones that are of a certain discipline. I can filter those. Let's just do electrical, right? But they're going to know the address or they're going to know the permit number. Let's say they didn't know the address and they didn't know the permit number. What's one thing we can count on they should probably know? Their name, precisely. So you could, they don't know their name. You could ask them if they know left from right. You could come into contact. So practice some permit searches to say, how do we create inspection records?
We do. They don't know that.
So you should go pretty comfortable with permit search, finding an active permit, clicking the folder and opening that active permit, navigating to its workflow, seeing its inspections, and we're going to create one. So let's actually dial in a little bit on workflow and talk about these colors and kind of what they mean to us and what they mean to a customer. So in this example, let me hit cancel here. These inspections are in general workflow terms, these are the 4 inspections we put here by default. Let's say for some reason we need to have a gray inspection here that's not here by default. Come into your workflow and right click on the step level and choose add action. Everyone kind of get to this screen. And I want to see all the available actions that are under this inspection step. Just press enter. So this is the scenario of they're requesting an inspection, but I don't see it in gray. Probably why they had to call anyway, because they couldn't get it through IVR and couldn't get it on CSS. So maybe they just need a consult. And add a console. So you could be, maybe you're in electrical, maybe you're in a residential permit. I'm not sure what record you picked, but navigate to the workflow and just add in a consultation. Because I just added in a consultation, I've got a green save. I'm going to choose save. Amanda, you with me so far? Okay. I want a consultation. Okay, great. When would you like that inspector to come out for the consult? That's the importance of the request date field. Bless you. So request date is the date the citizen is asking the inspector to be present, not to be confused with a stamp of the date when the inspection record is created. Colleen, what do you have for us?
When it's going in the back office, it's date stamping the moment that creates that in this box.
Mm-hmm. So he says, I need for him to come out tomorrow. Now, so you just pick that date. Now, we're getting into some SOP world. I don't know if the final decision was for Amanda and people fielding inspection requests to assign an inspector or place it into default to go to Vance. What was the final decision? Okay. So let's review that for Colleen's benefit. So do we want to continue to use default inspector or do we want to leave it unassigned? What do you think? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. It's a can't. You can't schedule it. If I put it to scheduled and try to save it, it's going to ask for an inspector.
That would be consistent with the CSS and the
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They'll be in 3 places. Correct. Mm-hmm. This is scenario 1, which is right. They'll be creating the inspection records through CSS and IVR.
I think maybe to let them play with it a little bit.
Yeah. So I would say go find a permit. You know, this is practice time. Go find a permit using permit search. Or go find a permit using Omnibar. We're going to be having inspections requested, so it needs to be in active status. Let's look for a permit that's in active status. Let's open one up and go to its workflow. So if you can get a permit that on your permit details screen, it's active, and in your workflow, it has gray inspections. You get to there, practice two things. Practice right-click on the inspection step, add in an action. Maybe they need an electrical consult. And maybe they need, so we had put in all possible inspection types as optional. Maybe they need another rough. So just understand that, hey, I can manipulate gray workflow items by adding an action. The scenario at hand is they're calling for an inspection that I don't see in the workflow.
Do I just nothing?
Yes,
Okay. And then if it's wrong, then
your other course.
but CMC would have, if I put something there, tell them that I need a consultation workflow, but I still want to check the consultation. When you go to you'll see that a consultation wasn't appropriate.
No.
Okay.
So
I don't think somebody was calling with the erroneous inspection.
No.
The timing might be wrong, like the review's not complete yet, but.
Perfect example. How are we going to represent that scenario that Colleen described? Someone is calling for an inspection. First thing I checked is, hey, is your permit even active? It could still be in plan review, right? It would be in under review status. That would block them from calling into IVR, prevent them from requesting an inspection on CSS, should prevent, you should look at it and go, oh, it's not active yet, right? So how to glean information on these phone calls to make the right decision is important. So if we can get everybody to, and I'm kind of letting you fish off on your own, find a permit that's active, navigate to its workflow, add in an inspection into the workflow, create that inspection, and set the request date for Tuesday. I mean, I make it look easy, so make sure. Okay, fantastic. So on your active cases, because we didn't bring in contacts, we have to have a contact to save it. Beautiful question. So let's add a contact. Hopefully, you made a contact record for yourself from this morning, right? Make yourself that contact. When you add in your contact, you're going to get another meatball, right? You've got to pick the type. So getting comfortable at dealing with the red meatball on save by adding a contact. You'll be doing this all day next week, adding in contacts. We're still kind of in this paradigm of it is a phone call to request an inspection. We're going to call the IVR number on speakerphone here in a little bit. We're going to go into CSS in a little bit. But let's just talk about phone calls. So that is really a desktop process that where we're going in a minute. Once I have you guys get comfortable creating some inspection records, that's going to give me enough meat to go in and show you Vance's process in using Manage My Inspections to get them assigned. But right now we're just making records. Assignment and performance later. So right now, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inspections requested for tomorrow. As you guys do your practice and do your training right now, I should be able to hit search and this should go up to 6 or 7 and we should get a little queue developed here. Jerry, are you doing okay? Amanda, you doing okay? Yeah. Where does stuff come from? Phone in this room?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna need to boot up my machine because I've got all the IVR numbers on there. So you should be finding a permit, finding an active permit, navigating to that active permit's workflow, adding an action into the inspection step, creating that inspection, requesting that inspection. You may run into, you can't save that permit because it needs a contact. Okay, go find your contact record and make yourself the contractor. Or, better yet, what are we gonna do next Tuesday when we need to know where the contact is? We can go to the notes tab, right? Go to the notes tab and you'll see who the contractor was there. If I'm making a contractor, I need to make sure I'm not making a duplicate and make sure that I'm doing the correct data entry practice. Yay, I got 2 more star students. Just coming in, just living the dream. Mm-hmm.
No, the 22nd.
No, queue them up for the 15th. It's just practice. Yes.
Are you just gonna get a new skin on your
Yeah. I don't have anything planned for cutover weekend, just in case something blows up.
Yeah.
But if things go well, a colleague who works for Energov does what we do is going to come up from Colorado Springs, and we bring his family, and they'll overnight up here. We'll do some hiking or something.
Yeah.
But that's all based upon how well we do Thursday and Friday.
Are you gonna be able to make things?
I'm not gonna do the escape.
We got a whole bunch now.
That's for sure. But,
You could take the contract, Friday, just do the deal.
I told him, I
that's the point.
said default. I know the one thing I know how to tell somebody to do here. I said drive from here on 70 to Grand Junction and back. That is like that's worth it.
Grand Junction is my client.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
They're going to CSS next time.
Okay.
So we're making them. It looks like you're making them well.
I do want to heard about the springs, Waywood Springs.
Oh, yeah.
I heard some great things about Frisco, like it being picturesque. So one of my coworkers was telling me that she was so impressed by the place that she was seriously concerned with, like after one visit.
Because of the big lake and the mountains.
Yeah, and apparently there was some festival going on while she was there, so that kind of adds to it.
They've got like an adventure park over there right now that I just learned off telling me about it. I'm going there for a concert on Sunday.
I'm just getting my laptop on the network. I'm actually going to have you guys call into IVR.
Yeah.
Well, no.
It's-
You need to
oh,
email me. She needs to turn on.
You run the same thing?
If you can just send me and Morrissey an email and say, make CSS and IVR publicly exposed for the purpose of training.
You want to do it? Thank you. I can do it.
And just copy me and say Daniel says.
Did
Yeah.
you get the Spanish thing turned off?
That's a whole nother.
You want to
Yeah, she'll know what to do. Just turn the web server external on. So now we've been making them. Yes, Amanda. It's really a me and an Amanda trip. If you just run it again, it'll pick these new ones up and put that in there. It's to help Vance's assignment. I don't think it would impact you, bottom line. Once Megan turns on the site, we are going to call IVR together. In fact, I'm going to put the instructions for calling IVR up on the screen, and you're going to request an inspection through it. Not only do I think it's important so you see what the citizens see, so if you have to field questions or troubleshoot it for them, you'll have that. But I want to make sure that 3 or 4 people can call IVR at the same time next week without it blowing up.
Oh, should we keep it off the time? Heard that?
Yeah.
You know,
No, you do not go, right? Make it this little word.
it's much easier than ours.
You just.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ready to look it up?
Yeah.
Oh.
35.
this is Megan. I'm sorry I was unable to take your call.
Okay.
Is there anybody else we can do?
I don't think so, but it's okay. So if you've built out some inspections, so really we've talked about citizens engaging the county to get their inspection records created. That puts them in Vance's world. And so Vance uses Manage My Inspections every morning to assign them out. So the tool that Vance uses that for is Manage My Inspections. So if you've never been in Manage My Inspections, hop back up to Omnibar and type Manage My Inspections. If you're in this room, you're going to be using Manage My Inspections all the time. Okay, good. You guys are ahead of the game, as per usual. Come into your favorites, go to Manage My Inspections. By default, it looks like this. What have we been doing? We've been building out tomorrow's requested inspections. Just like the advanced search screens that we're used to, you can pick those dates. This is the search that I've been running. Just like any results set in Energov, I can sort them by their type. I can filter them by their type. I can sort them by their status or by their type. I can filter them, etc. Vance, I know you've been tinkering around with this since they put the custom IT script in. Do you want to go into Manage My Inspections and assign some of these out so that the individual inspectors can then go to their own queues and see how they end up in their workload? Okay.
Do you have enough to give one person?
I think we're good. So Vance is doing his, I can't remember whether it's late afternoon or early morning, but he's divvying out the day's workload. Vance, let me know when you've got them all assigned. And you're probably okay. And then you're also probably changing the status from requested, where the citizen said what day they want the inspector there, to scheduled, because you're assigning it to someone to go there. So you would change that status from requested to scheduled.
That didn't seem to matter. Before when I was.
Yeah. I'm used to customers putting it to schedule once they give it to somebody. Let me know when you've assigned and saved everyone, Vance. What's wrong?
I'll see that. One of their commissioners. Another person. And 3 weeks.
densely, right? So that they can change inspection practices. Because depending on staffing, someone's gonna be able to JR. Everyone else appears to have it.
I do what? Yes. I do whatever you need to do.
Oh,
Okay.
So I'm actually looking out for you.
If, you know, if Vance's on vacation, other people are there.
Okay, so let's go to user roles.
Yeah, either way.
Back here.
Okay. Just let me know when you hit save. Hit save.
Okay.
So Vance has assigned all those inspections that we created to people in this room. So the classic question is, I walk into the day, I log into Energov, how do I see my stuff? Well, you're gonna sign in, come up to 9 box, go to favorites, go to manage my inspections, and you're gonna choose your name. I'm gonna choose Aaron. Let's say request date tomorrow. Hit clear layout.
You want cashiers to have access to inspection? Okay.
What type of search did you do?
I'm searching Dennis's, oh, they came up, there's just Dennis's inspections,
Just for tomorrow or some wide range?
just for tomorrow. I didn't put an MD, you have to do both, so I'm probably searching every.
Manage my inspections is notorious for blowing up on really wide searches though. So.
Okay.
Okay. So you should be able to pull up Manage My Inspections, do a search for your own name as the primary inspector, request date tomorrow, and see your queue.
Welcome to Boxeo's Developer Network. To test your application, say or key in your application PIN. Sorry, that wasn't a valid number. Please key in your application PIN.
Can you read one of those inspection numbers for me? Read it off for me,
Welcome to
please.
the Eagle County Inspection System. To continue in English, press. Please enter the PIN number for your permit or plan.
Oh, wait.
Please verify that this is the permit you were looking for. ELEC 121820553.54 Creston Road I-1 dot. Is this correct? Press 1 for yes. Please choose from the following options. To check, the following inspections are available to request. For electrical service, press 305 for checking for available dates. For Tuesday, January 15th, press 1 for Wednesday. January 16th, press 2 for Thursday.
So if you can get to manage my inspections with your name and you have some inspections for tomorrow, you've passed the grade for right now. Next, I'm going to have you call into IVR and request an inspection. So bust out your phone if you have your phone handy. We're accomplishing two things. Having you understand what it's like when a contractor calls IVR and load testing IVR. So you're going to need this number here. And once she asks you for your application PIN, you're going to put in that. Contractors won't have to do that. I'm going to flip this over the weekend to go to the old number. They'll still call the same number. So if you kind of want to look at it from a contractor perspective, pull up Energov, find your permit, right? Go out to permit details. Let's look at their document. So let's go look at the actual permit that they have in hand that was printed out and handed to them at issuance. It's
I thought the firewall guy was good.
He's like, felt like we needed to work.
They can be calling next Wednesday. And they can call it county and say,
Yeah.
I tried to use IVR.
Fair.
We need to be able to understand what they're doing. Gonna be the same number, gonna be the same code, gonna be the same IVR. So if they have to, then they're going.
I'm going to try to split the screen here because I want you to actually call IVR for your permit and request an inspection. And it's the first time you've ever done it, and it's going to be a little bit cumbersome, but try it. Now, I've got some enhancement requests in, but it's as good as I can get it under my power. I'll be right back.
Could you maybe help Dennis get a permit document out with an IDR code? I can figure it out. You know how, I'm not familiar with the report for building.
So it's just, if you're in the permit and it's active, hop into documents and realize the workstation could have an issue. Building permit, create. Yes, well,
The one you're looking at.
Let's go.
I'm not sure.
so
Because I did that, or we did that in we didn't get an IDR. The permit was small.
I'll look at it in just a second. I gotta take some pills.
Yeah, but.
So I know Amanda's got hers through. If you get yours through, go back to your permit record in back office, refresh your workflow, and that inspection you just requested should have gone from gray to blue.
We couldn't get the permit.
If you've gone through this.
I did it right. I did it
The
right.
IVR number, the address. And if it's in the right set, it's gonna be activated, and have balance into present to a code. If one of those codes asks you for whatever day you get it, or your callback number, et cetera. I mean, tell me
What address is your permit? Okay, so she has the same case. Let's go back and look at it. So because we used IVR, those inspections that were gray in the workflow, ta-da, well, no, you have a different, oh, okay, great. So let's even go all the way back. We have no idea what's going on. 54 Cresta, right? Go all the way to Omnibar, biggest search of them all. Tons of permits. 54 Cresta Road. This is a plumbing permit. Fireplace permit. Look, we found her fireplace permit. And you can see Amanda has added herself as the billing contact. She called into IVR on that different pin, and over in her workflow, the fireplace vent that's requested for tomorrow and a gas fireplace that's requested. Which one of these did you call in through IVR? So gas fireplace, it prompted her for her phone number, so that's captured there on the notes. So really, she created this requested inspection. It now appears in Vance's world. Vance assigns it to an inspector. An inspector in Manage My Inspection gets it in his world. If they need to go into the record itself, click the folder. So let me do this. So let's do this. Play it all the way along. So here it is. It's requested for today, gas fireplace. Vance, go into Manage My Inspections and try to find this guy. Once you find him, assign it to your inspector of choice. No, it's not. So Vance got it in the queue from the citizen calling in. Who are you going to assign it to? Okay, great. So now it goes to Butch's queue. Fireplace vent. Is that him? No, gas fireplace. So Butch has got it. I'm going to change it to schedule and go out there today. So everyone get to this point. So get to Manage My Inspections, have your name there, have tomorrow as the request date, have your list of inspections. The question is, how do I get in and see the actual inspection record? Just like anywhere else in Energov, click the folder. So I'm clicking the folder here. I can go to the Notes tab in the folder, in the inspection record, and that's where I see that callback number that the citizen put in. So I think we want to kind of play two scenarios for maybe the next 30 minutes or so. Find permits, request inspections, tell Vance you requested it, have Vance assign it, find it in your queue, and then we're going to talk about performing it. Feel free to call the IVR. Request one. Find a permit, go to that permit workflow, make an inspection, request an inspection for tomorrow or Wednesday or Thursday. See if Vance gets it and have it look. Step one, once Vance assigns it, check your queue for that day and get into that inspection record. If anyone wants to call IVR again and do another one, that's fine too. Let's do troubleshooting a little bit. So contractor calls and says, I called IVR, but it wouldn't let me request an inspection. May ask them for their permit number, may ask them for the address. Need to know how to go find that. Need to check and see that the status is active, right? And that the balance is 0. And then that the inspection they're requesting is gray in that workflow, right? IVR is only going to read these gray ones to them. And then if it's not, you could add it for them and say, hey, call the IVR back, or I can kick it off for you right here. All very valuable troubleshooting. Everyone's gelled in on how inspection records get created, how inspection records get scheduled, how inspection records get assigned. We can talk about performing the inspection. Is there a report, like a run sheet you guys are printing out today, or how do you know where to go? Print out a run sheet?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Right, so when you come back, let's look at this gas fireplace inspection. I want to result it. You could, from this screen, you don't have to open up the record if you're just manipulating a little bit of data. If you're just putting your comments in here, what would be a reason someone would fail a gas fireplace? No air. And I'm going to fail it. Disapproved. And hit save. That would be all I would have to do. Now, someone else is in there clicking on it right now. But you can result your inspections from this screen. So go into any of the inspections in your queue without clicking the folder and going into the record, update your comments. Realize, back to what we talked about this morning, you've got a notepad. You could have a Word document that has specific code that you're citing that you want to put into your comments. You could paste that in. When it doesn't respond. You could paste that into that notepad and it would be what goes in the comments. Anyone else stuck? Yeah, my browser crashed. But put in some comments. You could add another row. Just learn what you can do in the Manage My Inspection screen from a resulting perspective without opening the record. Then we're going to look at what you can do by actually opening the record. So look, I just got kicked out. It logged me back in. I want to get back into the stuff I was in before. I can go to recent cases, right? I can pull up my inspection. Let me get back into Manage My Inspections. He's on my favorites. Pull up Butch's queue again. Butch's queue for tomorrow. There's that gas fireplace. No airflow. Someone may be in this record again, and that's okay. Need to zoom out, control scroll wheel. Disapproved. Save. Okay, great. So where do those comments go? So I don't know if you're just like signing the permit or writing comments on a job card. You can have a document that comes off of that inspection record that has your results. So once you've kind of used Manage My Inspections to do your resulting, click on the folder and go into the record. Come over to the Documents tab, choose the inspection result document, and do Create Report. And I don't know what your SOP is, but I have clients who, print this out and leave it. But your inspector comments of no airflow are what come out on the document. So you guys, how are you going to use this?
This is more the, after the inspection, later time, if there's a stop work order, you contact
Okay.
the inspection.
Okay. But just know that as you're resulting, you're doing exactly that. You're building a history of inspection results for that case. Practice some navigation pieces. I'm in this inspection, common question, how do I get back to the parent permit? Well, anytime you want to navigate around, you can do the folder, right? I could go to the folder here next to the fireplace permit. That's going to open a new tab back to that permit record. What's another way I can get from this inspection record to its parent permit? Just thinking outside the box a little bit. There's no linked records at the inspection level, but your thinking is right. Instead of going to the parent permit, I could come down to the parcel, right? I could open up everything that's in the parcel. Parcel linked records. And find my fireplace permit in here, right? A whole other way to get to the fireplace permit. I could go to the contacts, right? So over on contacts, Amanda's the contact. I can click the folder next to her. I can go to her linked records and I can find the fireplace permit. So understanding how to get around by contact, how to get around by parcel or property, how linked records works, the power of clicking the folder, all really, really good stuff. So if you're in Manage My Inspections and you're an inspector, put your name here, find the stuff to actually go ahead and do Tuesday and Wednesday, and result them all. Result some of them by expanding it and putting in your comments, and result some of them by opening the folder and going to the record and putting in your comments. And I can show you some little tricks once you get to that point. Absolutely. All day, every day. And test the interface a little bit. I mean, here I'm looking at Butch's inspections, everything that's requested for today and tomorrow. I can come down here, put a filter on just requested, and then as I result them, or as I pass them or fail them, they're going to go away. So this can be my work queue if I'm smart about it.
several. This checkbox.
Inspection security administrator. So then you have, so the cashier
So I'm going to check. This is what you want them to have, right? So I'm going to check these and I'm going to change it. So they'll put in.
Okay. Yeah.
I know, there's like 50 million checkboxes. It's like that one little one is the one that's going.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, you know. Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, JR says he's working.
All right, good. That's again stuff that I'm like really worried about.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Sometimes it takes.
Yeah. Is it in like where and good shape?
I think so.
Yeah.
It's really big today. Yeah.
Okay. Did you read this to that you're supposed to hear this reading on that date or that reading signed that date?
I would think that.
I think that's just like a glitch.
And I was really
Like why?
residential.
Stop for a minute.
Yeah, it's actually. If that helps.
Okay.
You can do that.
I bet. So you have to pick someone internally. But do they have to start with it? Yeah, but like most people have jobs, right? Maybe you can ask you like, how many people have to be Monday and Tuesday?
After you result in your inspections, go back to your permit. Get back to your parent permit. Like, I'm going to go look at Amanda's fireplace permit. It's been updated. A lot of people are working in it. The red banner told me to refresh. Over here in the workflow, what is happening?
So understand. Right, the colors of the word, gray, not sorted, can be requested in IVR, can be requested by service staff, can be requested on the self-service. Somebody just. Green passed, good to go. Red failed, going to give me a second version that's gray when they're ready to fix it, so it's come on. Purple, I purpled it, and they call it. So you can very quickly, someone calls, hey, what's happening with 20444 on the property of drive? This problem with the inspection. Well, it looks like you failed your gas fireplace inspection and they haven't called back to come back out. We partially passed the fire and they haven't come back either. You can very quickly look and kind of tell the story to somebody else. So this is actually let you do this example now. Go and find your inspections that you just resulted in and try to find the parent permit. Go look at the workflow and let's see what other scenarios you got here. And so we can tell the story together.
Other tricks from the workflow? Tell them that story. Oh, your fireplace permit, Mr. Property Owner, it looks like the gas fireplace failed. Well, why did it fail? You can come into the workflow and click on it, right click and show detail. And here you can really tell the story. Well, it looks like they actually went out on the 14th and the inspector found that there was no airflow, and that's why they disapproved it. So right click and show details on those inspections, and you can get into, so main fireplace only was why it was partialed. So just learning to tell the stories. Perfect scenario. So I want to know why my gas fireplace failed. We can go edit inspection. We go to inspection result. Could email it to them. I can export it to a PDF, etc. Really slick. You could add them to the case. You could add them to the parent permit. They go log into the website and see it. I haven't kind of opened up the CSS angle to all this. We're definitely really going through the letter track scenarios. If you can think of exceptions where it got weird, I had 17 partial passes because it was a huge building where I did the northwest corner 1 week and a month later came back and did this corner. If you can think of those exceptions, let's try to learn how to manage those together. Hey, Brandon, welcome back. You want to call the IVR again? Feel free to call the IVR. And we've talked a lot about manage my inspections. There's also just a plain advanced search for inspections. Just come up to Omnibar, type inspection search. This is really just for pulling data. You're trying to track something down. You have to get a new one, I think. I couldn't. Oh yeah, you could come in here and hit past. Do that though, because you would want that second version to be called in first. Maybe if you made a mistake. Yeah. And then inspection search. So just like my other advanced searches, like I'm curious, you guys are doing all sorts of inspections. Let's just see everything that we've been working on as part of this training class. So it looks like we've got about 17 records that we're playing with. That workflow on Amanda's permit looked awesome. Let me go try to find one of these other ones. Let's see, here's a slab. So I go into the folder to go into the inspection record. I want to get to the parent permit. I can click this folder. It's a big beefy one. New house, new duplex. Let's look in this workflow. And you can see this is a real tasty one. So they've had multiple problems with their footing. It's like a big duplex somewhere, gotta be, right? $500,000 duplex on Eagle Drive.
Yeah.
I was about to say, but they've had problems with their construction though, because like in desktop, they've failed the footing 3 times. Yeah. So good example of, obviously we've got several hundred homes in active construction. Go look at their workflow and try to understand next Wednesday when I get an inspection request, how am I going to use the workflow to tell the story?
That workstation is. I got it off at 3 hours. There's something that the Access workstation. This is still active status. Workloads, right click.
Anybody have any questions?
It's adding an inspection.
Were you saying something earlier about not being able to? Did you about your?
I read it down to check how people pass on their personal and to make sure the solar force is working on there.
Okay. I recommend exporting before the print.
Oh, to PDF.
Yeah. That pressure report through it is less than phenomenal
Yeah, I know. I kept putting in summary tracker items
about that.
about like there's space here. This is what one get, and then just
Yeah. Or export.
Yeah.
So yeah, that we were not go back.
That's exactly what it's for. Once the group is really comfortable with that, we can immediately talk about how managing the kind of 30 or 40 active cases.
Yeah.
This is right on the end.
Yeah. It's really nice.
That's a requirement.
So we're just gonna have to manipulate something.
But just one thing, I know this is a really simple example. Try that.
Yeah.
Well, John's like he down on the first try, so we'll give him 2, and then another 2. That's fair, right? I was like, oh man,
Yeah.
hard.
At least you
Yeah, trying doesn't matter.
It does.
No, it doesn't. My friend keeps talking about it.
Well,
There's no such thing as try. There's either do or don't.
no, I
But the good news is, at least for class, we'll see that we on the PE. So that was.
will learn some class.
Yeah, well, if I like learn homework, or if I do my homework and stuff, it's just also. I usually don't like painting. It should be like a version of it. It's helpful.
You're right about one o'clock. I have the,
I used to get his wife my Costco card. He's like, you know, the Costco card is so great. You look enough alike on it. And I said, where's the avocado oil? And I'm like, oh my God.
So definitely, try to stop us. Try to think of things you've had to deal with, or to make sure you're comfortable dealing with them in enterprise. Colleen found a retired work class on a mechanical permit. You want to talk about it?
commercial and other.
Well, we can well, we've got people here, we can definitely train on anything that's SOP. I'm good with that. So permit type, electrical. Let's just go. Is there anything under? Just want to see. So it's maybe they're in like they have that one class. They have that. I don't know.
Thank you.
This may be a big deal.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not letting us manipulate.
500.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
850.
Okay, yeah, just like we're used to seeing. They'd still be able to call it. But I don't know if you want to use this time. So let's say this Wednesday afternoon at 4, Daniel Durham calls into the IVR and requests his rough V2 here, right? It's gonna be blue, and it's gonna be in Enterprise Managed My Inspections Monday morning or Tuesday morning, right? And it'll get caught. So it'll fall into the funnel.
We're in the
They will do a little research. Exactly. Yeah. Talk about. I mean, these are our tough ones, right? Like electrical permits that are active.
30 minutes. And I just came back. Like I-95, big industry, Richmond. Okay. Yes, I like to live. I live in the
If you're really retired,
30 minutes out for work. I was like, there's only. I got it right before the city because I was like right across the border, but there always been accidents.
Yeah.
So I would sit back at like 5 miles. I just like, I'll get home in an hour. Oh yeah.
I can't remember which one we looked at. Okay, ours machines. Oh yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, my
Sometimes
my
I get
mom grew
lucky.
up in
It's the one we just
She's from
did.
Leesburg, and my aunt lives in Reston. Yeah.
The only thing that I owe you that's major, that's outstanding, that I gotta work on, is this guy. Unless you know of something more pressing, the biggest issue that I have that I don't have a good answer for right now that I know of is the ability to flip an expired case back to active and get an IVR pin. Right? That's top priority on my list right now. So all that is, just say it's within the last couple of years.
And like right after I got my learner's permit, I had a swimming update, and so we were like going to stay with my grandmother in Leesburg,
So it's common that any of these permits could be reinstated. Because this is just like, look, it expired Christmas Day last year, right? The contractor would go, you know, we've had lots of snow. Can I have this reinstated? Is your SOP just to flip it, just to do that and put in a note? Okay. So
That is terrifying.
okay.
Yeah.
So here's what's going to happen. What I did was I had these numbers, right, put here for all actives and under reviews. I'm going to have it done for expires. And then it'll be gold. That way all expires will have a valid IVR pin too. So when they get them back, it'll be the same one that's on the document.
Completely open. Not like constant stop. Like, how did she not feel that?
We will do a project retrospective. You guys are on the ball. You guys know what you're doing. Like, I have clients who are not on the ball, and it's not this easy. Even though we put a lot of work into it, Lord knows we've all put 500 or 600 or 1,000 hours into the project. This week is going to be okay, and next week is going to be okay. There's going to be some phone calls. There's going to be a couple balls that get dropped. But overall, we're going to be successful because of the work we put into it. I have clients who don't do the work, and they're not successful, right?
Except for the National Gallery.
Just shoot me an email. Yeah. And then really, let's look at the schedule. Okay. If it's anything that's like, I mean, you have a pretty good sense of things that are major deals. Active case stuff. People, if it's going to generate a lot of phone calls or a lot of emails or a lot of upset citizens, I need to know about it right away.
Yeah. Which part? He does building and he does alternate file.
Sure. We still have another hour scheduled. If you're really comfortable with inspections end to end on active cases, I don't have a problem cutting you loose. I would definitely, at your own workstation, go through these same steps and actions and make sure that you're crystal clear. As much practice as you get this week, the easier next week will be. Yes, Aaron. Mm-hmm. There'll be another conversion pass right here. Actually, I'll probably get it back Thursday morning. And we'll spit, and then essentially prod is live. Then you'd be able to create contacts. So what all the playing we're doing this week is going to be wiped out Wednesday night. So if you try to get ahead of your game and create contacts on your active cases, they're going to go away. But here, this whole data entry we blocked out for Friday is to kind of fix the contacts in Enterprise as a result of us not bringing over the desktop contacts because there were so many duplicates and so much dirty data. That's really, I think Christina is having all the planners come in down here at their desks, get all their active files, the 30 or 40 files they have active, and fix their contacts. Yep. But realize the next week, Tuesday morning, the 22nd, there could be a lot of contractors calling with confusion, trying to get their inspections, and we may be running around a little bit.
but really getting them, hey, call the IVR number, your inspection's in gray, you should be able to request it, is the way to go. We go down the CSS route, they've got to have a contact, and it's got to be on that case, right, for them to be able to do anything. So to give you a preview of what the chaos would be, just be confused people who need to get their finals on Tuesday and Wednesday next week. And I think there's been proactive communication to the contractor community and on the website that you're getting a new system, that sort of thing. But you may, your cell phone might light up about, oh goodness, because there was a new system, I forgot to schedule this final. Can you please come final me today? Okay, I'll get you tomorrow. That kind of thing. But if you're confused about what to do in Energov in one of those scenarios, just come grab someone.
So I just wanted to thinking of maybe for next week.
Yep.
Yeah, so I did give him a heads up. He knows that we're supposed to start and he knows that will probably be getting him out and okay.
There is a session Wednesday afternoon strictly for creating building permits, creating records. There'll be a little bit of cashiering in there, a little bit of workflow, a little bit of inspections. Might be some value in understanding that. If you're doing plan reviews, you're going to be in the MMR session to learn how to do plan review. Some value for this group in these two sessions. We did touch on how citizen initiated through phone call and through IVR. There's a big CSS session on Thursday. Same principles apply. They got to be a contact on the case. That inspection has to be gray in the workflow. Then they can request it in CSS. Then it goes to Vance. Then it goes to the inspector. Then it gets performed. Then it gets resulted. Same pulled into the funnel. I think desktop is on these machines if you want to sign into desktop. Take a look at any of your records. Any of your inspection records should be in there up until last Thursday.
So this notice you guys talking about the building interface from desktop. Or the status of not requested now.
I fixed all those.
You did. Okay.
Just say Daniel had Greg exclude inspections of that criteria from the conversion. You can, yeah, should be good.
Exclude what?
Exclude desktop inspections with a status of none and parent permit under review, parent permit active.
And that is
None.
And
Parent permit status of under review. You're on the big screen for me.
Oh, that's okay.
Daniel, you got the Spanish out here, turn off.
I don't know if I do.
I don't know how to do that.
I'll probably need Megan for that.
You need to, as to write the text, maybe the
It's not critical yet.
Code case inspection statuses are not code specific.
I don't know if that one. Look and see what statuses we have in there.
Yeah, they're not.
Okay.
And I don't know if they're supposed to be.
I don't know either. We'd have to ask Todd. We have a code session on Wednesday morning.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some more snacks.
I don't know about it.
You know what, real estate is that now was changing.
I know, because it was snowing so bad, like 2 weeks ago, that I didn't feel comfortable driving home for lunch. And so I got a thing of pistachios, and I was really happy because I never have cash, so I can't actually buy something.
That's how it's been
Like, give me those pistachios.
days great though. It's like, oh, then $1.20 back.
Or if you do have cash, it's like a $20 bill, and you're like, oh, I'm not sticking that in the machine. Yeah. But it's nice. Like your willpower, and then
Yeah. I always.
you say that until they're like gone on Friday. Like that was 3 months worth of snacks.
Just pre-practice till 4.
Okay.
Then we have a new group to do some of the same material.
What are we doing this for?
Non-building inspections.
Yeah. Although I think Giovanna said she didn't think she needed to come, but I think she needed to come. Yeah.
So Daniel, do you know about this efficiency report being blank thing?
It's better. It's fixed.
Yeah. You'll just be a matter.
Yeah.
It's
I had Wes update the report.
Yes.
No, not Wes.
then I'll interrupt your
Andrew.
workout.
And then we need this
Yeah.
You should do.
Tuesday. Yeah, because I'm on. I would say if you was comfortable, I don't see a reason why I would do something that we need on Tuesday.
Probably the first user would be Lori's, if they, Amanda's going to Lori's position and they're going to backfill Amanda's position.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and what I was going to do was based upon your presentation, there was one point where you sat down and you listed off about 15 things, basically, that people needed to understand when they walked out of it.
Right.
I was going to take those 15 things, go back in time, identify them in the video, and then include a link so that you could email it around or
Right.
just drop it on the website so it'd be quick reference for people.
If I need to expand on any of those to translate them from Energov to English, just let me know.
Yeah.
Generally. Enjoy your workout.
No.
Oh, county news. Here it is.
around the corner behind Walter.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm just reading the announcement that went out on the website. It looks good. So you'll be performing inspections tomorrow and on Wednesday in desktop. You can do 2 systems at a time if you want. Pull up those same results in Enterprise and key them in and see what you get. Should be pretty seamless. If it was scheduled, but you scheduled them all this morning or last Friday, the last data pass I have is like end of day Wednesday last week. But I don't have that. If you do whatever you do at the end of the day today, you could go kick some off in Enterprise for practice. Practice, practice, practice. Can't hurt. Okay. Okay. It's a good plan. Yeah. Just know that really comforting the public, getting those critical finals done Tuesday and Wednesday next week, and getting all the dust to settle is really, it's going to happen and we're going to be okay. It's going to be a little bit dusty for a couple of days. But you did right. It'll be dusty for a few days. I'll be here. I'll be right here with you. I'm yours until the 25th. They're fixed. You guys doing all right?
Yeah.
Good.
One thing we discussed about the permit
Mhm.
right now.
Just to be clear, here I'm in this res case. You want, okay. There's ways to automate statuses. We can change statuses based upon conditions. Like a temp CO? Okay. 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 Yeah, and I don't want you to think that once you're live and I leave on the 25th, your relationship with Tyler and Energov as a product is going to continue to mature. You're going to identify new requirements, right? Christina's going to try to configure them. She gets stuck, she can send me a message. I'm going to do it. I mean, so the system will continue to grow and should perpetually, right? I mean, as you if new code comes out and there's a new permit type or a new inspection type, it all can be added, right? Yeah, that script that Megan and Amanda got from Catawba County is pretty slick. Mhm. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I ran out of contact. So my glasses for a while. And she waited and she cheated to go down more.
I just give up. It hurts. I hurt and my head hurts.
Oh,
So, but
my prescription's so weak. Yours is a lot stronger.
it is really strong, but also so dry. But I still have to learn routine. So I'm like it's really strong.
If I know I'm not going like straight home afterwards, I won't wear them because the other one is getting so dry.
Yeah.
So like they kind of just like fall out. No, it's dry.
Mine get like water drops in my eye. It's hard to get them.
Yeah, I know Chris has something in here about notifications for sufficiency reviews.
Mm-hmm.
And I noticed an IO or two in the system, but they're disabled.
Yeah, so we have a stored procedure that we run in Lubbock that I want to do here. It's just major surgery. You can just leave that one where it is. Skip over that one for now. But that idea that emailing the item reviewer when a new item review is signed is what we're going to do. But see, the object graphs and the IOs don't have item reviewer emails in them.
Okay. Just that every time I hear that phrase, no procedure, like, okay, I know what a couple of years, like,
You do.
is it a bad word?
You definitely do.
Can you see this?
I can. What record is that?
That's a PSP, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, a PD sketch preliminary. I was about to go ahead and look at the actual layout, but I don't know what it's supposed to look like.
Just looks like just all the planning posts have just about the same layout.
Okay. So this is called planning master non.
That's the main one.
Okay. Let's take a look at it.
No.
This is. Sketch.
So there's a table overlaying on that. Okay, is that what I'm
No,
saying?
this is a custom field, which is over. So I'm gonna,
You can see it.
so I'm gonna have to expand this.
I wouldn't, so should be the same layout for all the plan buttons.
They're not the same. Because within the PUD sketch preliminary, there's a non-table backup and a non-table.
Non-table used to be the same as the other.
Okay, got it. Done.
I'd be don't touch the layouts. It's just wrong in the type work class.
Okay. Cool.
You have to rebuild the cache for that too.
Cool.
Thanks for your help, everyone.
Okay.
The actual on it.
That's what.
She came down this morning and said, "Hey," and said, "Yeah, first." I thanked her for sticking on through getting the product live.
It was helpful. And she was by the last Friday.
Yeah. I definitely give her my appreciation.
Yeah, it's really hard without her. It would be really hard without Lori right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even though it could have been.
Yeah.
Okay. Then there was 4 in here.
Okay. So what's the first one?
And I think they might all be related to Spanish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is about taking the dot and other pronunciation or punctuation out.
Mhm.
So
I had
trouble.
I had about 2/3 of it removed, but leave it open as a feature request.
Feature request.
I've got a case open with the analyst team.
With what team?
Analysts.
Okay. I'm gonna leave the notifications one open.
Yep.
All right, remove voice prompts, asking the caller to provide a callback number.
We did that. No. Callback number I couldn't get rid of, but it's the actual number I was
Okay.
Or if you've never tried it.
Oh, no, I've tried it. I've tried it on fish. I've tried it on sandwich.
One
This
flavor.
is a good for protein and I've tried different flavors.
Yeah. Yeah. Little pack. Yeah.
Like so cheap right now. Like 6 of them for $4.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew starts his new job tomorrow. And he's like, "No, I don't want to
Okay,
No, I know you.
inspection
And in the
type
morning,
names
you
are blank and not being authorized by the IDR, that's about Spanish.
Skip Spanish out here for now.
Okay, then,
I see where you cleared the cache.
okay, oh, okay.
But
All right, I think I got most of these
the
cleared
texture
out.
flavor.
Oh, well.
Number 46, I just don't even understand.
Well, yeah, I get that.
This is from Christina.
Christina, you're in trouble.
Okay, so can you tell me if this is even still an active item? If it is, if it's not, then I'm gonna need to know. But I read through all this, and it's not
Oh, no.
verifying.
You did this like that. You added all the optional reviewers.
Yes.
So what it is, when you. Do I need to like verify that or anything?
I'll take a look.
I'm putting in a verified status.
Definitely lots of moving parts lately, but I know we talked about it.
Yeah, we've talked about it.
I want to say I went through all the submittals and added in the sufficiency reviewers.
Okay, so Daniel, I cleared them all out except for
Andrew and I.
IDR, the notifications, the code case inspection statuses. So that leaves about 5 items.
That are Go Lab critical and Tyler review.
Yes,
Then you go to mediums.
go to me.
But yeah. But I'm on it. No, you're not. It's always hard because, well, it's not hard. I follow like some cocktail books.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, I really want to try to.
Can I leave the code case inspections one in there as high so I can find it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just have to write it down.
I only drink one cup a day.
He drinks like 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Well, when Andrew was in middle school, he went to the hospital because he was having heart palpitations. And it was because he had so much caffeine.
From middle school?
Yeah. So I don't know what his parents were doing, but so like his heart beat is still like, I don't know, you don't listen to that many people's hearts. I don't know what a normal one sounds like. But his heartbeat is more my heartbeat. But sometimes we'll try just looking for tea because he likes to think he's British.
Julie, I found your house.
Like her home.
It's your parcel.
Technically, it's my parcel, but my house is on the parcel. Yeah, whenever I have to like put in addresses for testing, I always use my home address. I'm like, this is the only one I know. Like, I know what all the information is, if it's right or wrong.
I always search by.
Yeah. Or I do Ricky's. If Ricky can remember. Well, because he's in the town, so it's good to check districts are coming through.
So to be able to add somebody is hidden, right?
Being 3D.
Well, so in order to add a review team member, I would go into efficiency and I would hit add item review.
You want to put them on the review team first, which is out in the middle tab.
So added Ray. Well, it works since I hit this before I added Ray here. It will? No. So I need to
So what you define here will make the item reviews go to these people when you receive this.
Okay, so the thing about it is that me as a dynamic tech, I'm going to make here, but then the planner might get the file and say, oh, I have right there.
Nothing would stop them from doing that.
Well, wouldn't go to that, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, they want to go together.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't have an address. I've just been going for it. Yeah. I mean, not like in real life. Okay, so wait, I don't want to do that. I want to do, yeah, and I want to just see this on. Okay, so. Yeah.
Chris, can I borrow this?
I don't know, maybe.
I do swear it's efficiency.
It's always a possibility. Okay, so I added combo because I know that.
Yeah. All that it means is it's going to make Holly the default reviewer.
Right. But she isn't on this, so that's why I added first.
Yeah. Now do that.
Yeah. But we don't know if the admin file. The only reason I chose her was I knew she wasn't on this one. Yeah, I mean, you can teach me how to, but we don't need building. Let's do, I'm trying to think of a file, especially because there should only be 3 reviewers on it. Okay. So EGIS is gonna come on that. It looks like this matches that. I'm not happy.
You can get it a lot. Just search my special use. Should do it. And then your fellow need to pick up some fun stuff to do in Atlanta. Yeah.
I don't know.
Who's that? Choose that.
Yeah, it has those.
We should have a energy coffee guy.
Mhm. Yeah.
So is there truly an address and energy and a GIS? Just check that box. Go over to the right. Go up here by default. If you want by default, you want an optional add.
Yeah, oh, they are. Okay. So. So we just added them. So basically what you're saying is for every file, we need to do this and then go in and add all the different departments.
So I didn't do it yet.
Okay,
But I think it's good for us to work on it together.
okay.
It's really not that bad.
Mm-mm. I,
So other than address, you could potentially review a special use file sufficiency. Other than these.
okay.
Then do they need to be by default? Optional.
Optional, all these should be optional.
You're good.
Okay. You, okay, so maybe I should write this down. Or I guess.
Abby has a really good spreadsheet.
Yeah, I made that.
But that's still a hard copy on my desk with my work. It's checked and checked and struggled.
Okay, so something I need to do.
Never can help with it.
I need to look at the sheet to find all the websites, and then I have to search them to know which.
If you were confused about this, really go back. You could just grab later. Put that in clipboard.
Oh, okay. That'll help. Yeah. Okay.
That's always your simple tactic. You're right. If they have all the checkbox, here now, it doesn't. Yeah.
Which is also before because I'm going to add them.
Yeah, right. Here,
Okay.
You're definitely perfect for you to know this because I know how to set a
Oh, you know what I'm thinking? Maybe the way this report is written, because this does say that it is scheduled inspections by permit. So there's 4 inspections, but there's only 3 permits. Yeah. We find out that 4th inspection, so that's good.
That's what I'm gonna need, like, some like inspection schedule. You know, both for the route.
They knew about this week long ago.
Are you guys using IG?
We haven't had this on the calendar for like 4 months.
Daniel, are you using IG?
No. All it is at some point the contacts are got to be added to the file.
I'm not that familiar with this report. What I would
It's not that bad. I mean, what's like average planner has what, 50 files? Right. So I can add contacts to 20 records in an hour. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Agreed. Assigned user is a responsible person. I'll hammer that home a lot. I'm sure that went over well. You're direct. Guess how much my flight was round trip, Atlanta to Eagle? $383, taxes and everything. No, that's like Denver's normally like $350, right? And the plane wasn't even full. Yes, sir. You do have a bunch?
Hey Daniel, can you come take a look at something, please? So I'm looking at Butch's inspections. These are the 4 that he's got requested for tomorrow. But when he pulls this report, the scheduled inspections by permit, only 3 of them show, even though the count is 4. And I can't figure out why now. But one thing that I did notice is this one, this last one. These last two are on the same permit, but this gas fireplace is not showing up. I'm looking at this. This all looks right. So if he is, and maybe this is where we're going wrong, but if he's using this report to do his inspections every day, would you expect him to do that a different way?
Sure. This is what we normally print out. Sits on top of all our worksheets.
Yeah.
And so I have my worksheets in order as to what hours I'm scheduled. So it's the same thing with Dennis. It's got to be a raise. He had 10 inspections going 8 hours. I'll look at it over here. Cheetos.
Why?
They were in the house. But then you can't digest them, so we went to Lake Powell. And they were sitting there and pulled it out. They were going, no. How long ago was that? Because I was down there.
They can dissolve in water.
What it is, Everett, it's only going to put one row per permit. See how it says by permit? So if you have multiple inspections, it's not going to show them.
So that's what I was thinking too, but that does cause a process issue.
Agree. Is this in the custom report list?
I think this is the standard report.
I'm not sure. Go check report tracker on SharePoint.
I was going to check the BMT.
Yeah, bro, that works too. If you can bird dog this issue for me, that would be great. We're looking at a problem with that inspections by permit report. What it is, when there's more than one on the same permit, it's not putting the extra entry. We're on the case. We're checking it out.
Who said that?
No, that's easy. It's absolutely happened. I've had people so terrified by me, I'm just out of control. They're like, that guy's coming back. I'm out of here.
Say that again? I'm not. And I asked Daniel the same question earlier. He said he didn't think that he was. And when I say I'm not, that is the truth today.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah, you don't know. So that is it. Okay, this is a custom report. This was approved in 2017.
Yep.
Andrew did it.
If you can grab a PDF, send him an email, copy me, tell him we need a mod.
Okay, I don't have Adobe on this machine.
Can you sign in to the Launchpad through your regular work laptop? You have a good way of describing the problem? Okay, good. Mm-hmm. I think it's because when you're at your workstation, did you have multiple inspections on the same permit? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what the issue is.
It's not even giving me an option to have it. Only question that.
Because he may not have any.
And Aaron has more inspections.
That's-
That's for the schedule, like our.
Yeah, I'm trying to do our, that they love.
Amanda, you had a comment?
Yeah, that's correct. There's 3 disapproved and 1 partial performed under Aaron, and that's a scheduled inspection report.
So,
Doing good. You got your thinking caps on. In the notepad.
You have to actually open the memo box. Yeah. If you don't open it. Yeah.
We're on the case. Keep practicing.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Everett.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron.
And no worries.
Okay, sounds good. Sure. Thanks, Dennis.
Bye, guys. Good job.
Take care.
Was very helpful. Yeah.
You guys don't stop staying engaged.
No pressure.
You can do it.
I'll be here. We'll help you out. If you're going anywhere interesting, I'll ride along with you. If you get interesting inspection next week, you have to I'll tag along, right? I'll ride with you.
No, I'm busy.
Maybe.
You can just walk in. I don't have Yeah, they'll probably be nicer to you after. Have you guys been to one yet? Oh, that's like I mean, even if you don't read it, it just looks like a
I'm sure it's pretty interesting.
when you've grown up for so long, it's so long, to see it be so legal is
Certainly an interesting part of recent history. See if you can run a report, Everett. I just had reports blow up on me.
I just did.
Work for you?
And
Reports just all blew up for me.
yeah, I just ran. I just exported it. Andrew.
Yeah, I got reports are hard down for me. You got reports?
I hope so.
I think I might have just lost the network. Let's go.
That one didn't work. Let me try again.
Oh, site's hard down. Christina, see if you can sign off and back onto Energov.
okay. You know, I want to do that.
CSS is up. Database is up. Yeah. Okay, site's okay. Forget that. You're okay.
Yeah, no, it's not working anymore.
Yeah. Christina, if you can email Megan and let her know reports just went are hard down for the whole system.
Yep. It was, I'm not there.
Can you get reports? Try and remember.
Okay. And then we have so many sweet things are nice after that. I told you I quit drinking coffee and
What?
foods and just everything for the month.
Yeah.
Megan,
See if the RPT files are there. It's complaining that the RPT files are missing.
but when you have like stuff like that and those boys.
Yes.
Hey, Ricky.
Hey, how's it going?
Thanks for being early and ready to go.
You're supposed to go back to the same computers.
You can do whatever you want. People are such a creature of habit. Like I'll probably just go to She said they're all there and nothing has changed.
Anybody changed a web.config file? I'm getting on my G chat now. I talk to her.
There's gonna be a lot less people in this one, so if you want, you don't consider anything else. It's up to you. No.
You got another session
No
today?
changes have been made.
Inspections for environmental health.
Oh, okay.
Chris isn't coming to us. This is gonna be like environmental health and engineering.
You know, something else I noticed, Daniel, is that those two inspections on it might have the same inspection number.
Down.
And these inspection numbers are Edwards area dash 54
Yeah.
Crested Road.
That explains everything. We'll have to visit with Megan about it. Yeah, that's what we're working on.
really interrupt. Sorry. No, time.
Oh, your favorites?
Ray, try that report again.
Talk to me, Daniel.
You can try one too. Report should be back.
Oh, okay.
When we do the final it's still work on Tuesday, I'll just do
Yeah, I don't understand why where these inspection numbers are coming from.
Yeah, I would just totally punt on that whole inspection report issue. We've got to talk to Megan and Amanda about it in the morning. It's clear to me what's going on, and I'll figure it out.
I'll just take screenshots and
Yeah, don't worry about engaging the reports team. We're right at time. If you just get signed back into your workstation and then back into Energov, we want to go to a permit search screen. And I'll kind of set up some scenarios related to inspections, and we'll go through them together.
Yeah.
So if you get to the permit search screen like I'm showing here, we don't want everybody on the same record. So you're going to try to find a record that you know you might be inspecting. And so if you're in environmental health, it's probably going to be an OWTS permit. And it's probably going to be an active one. So that's probably a good result. So there's 34 active OWTS permits. Hey, Claire. If you're over in engineering, probably a grading or a CDOT permit. So just search for grading, search for active. See if there's 21 active grading permits. I'm going to start over in environmental health. So OWTS permits that are active. You can, yeah. Right, but you're just searching Omnibar for permit search to find the tool. Yeah, and then add that to your favorites. So, yeah. So do a search for some active cases that came over from desktop last week. I've got the OWTS permits. I'm going to sort them by application date. If you want to review or get some muscle memory practice for any of the concepts we went over this morning, it's certainly a good time to do that. I'm going to dive into this 177 Mosher Lane. Looks like someone applied to build a new OWTS on November the 15th. We want to go into that record, so we're going to click the folder. You should be clicking a folder on a case that's relative to your workload. And let's just think about this right now. So we issued this permit on November the 19th. So they're actively building this system. They're going to need to have it inspected. How do we know that? Well, we can actually either look in the description, right? Hit the memo pad. We've got this lovely, nice verbiage that describes to them the conditions of their permit, really, what they have to do. We handed them an issuance document, so we can come into documents and look at the OWTS permit. So they have this and it tells them, hey, when you're ready to call for inspections, you call this number. I bet that's what Giovanna's number, right? And so she said she was going to skip the session? Okay. No worries. We can kind of go to another example. We can flip over to grading. Active grading permits. Sort them by apply date. Let's get a really recent one. They're doing some grading at Emma Road. Let's go look at that one. Okay, it's Ty's case. Here's all the contractors. Fantastic. So come next Tuesday, or really anytime midday Thursday on, we can start actually making real contacts for these guys. Let's put this Joe Mueller in here. I'm gonna spell his name. Mueller. I searched for him first. He wasn't there, so I'm going to add a new contact. We're going to say he's a contact. We're going to say he's Joe. Go at joe.com. Save. Back to his grading permit. He's a contractor. When he calls for inspection, what do? Well, we need to go to his parent permit workflow. Hey, what's your permit number, Joe? It's 20373. Okay, great. Are you ready for your inspection? Yes, I want the inspection. Oh.
You have to add action on their issue.
So he's ready for his site inspection. Important for everyone to note that your inspections will be housed in a parent record, most likely a permit. Whoever answers that phone call, it's not going to let me create this inspection because we have priority, so I'm going to have to skip these items. So here's how I create that inspection. When they call in for a site inspection for grading, do they tell you what day they want you to come? Okay.
We happen to be out in the field or make a point to go. It's rare that we actually schedule time to meet with them unless it's a large enough property that we can't see the work.
Okay.
Without trespassing.
So if it's county initiated, you'd follow the same process. Maybe you're in the field, you see some grading work happening, you go, you perform the inspection, you come back to the office, you want to find the permit under which the work is happening and create that inspection record. What would be an example of a comment on a site inspection engineering for a grading permit? London Bridge is falling down.
Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Ty will help you with that.
Yes.
Hey, Giovanna. So you put your comments in here. The important thing is that if you go to the inspection itself, understand that your comments come out on the document. So I don't know how common it would be for you to issue an actual document for your inspection. You won't? Never? You could email them this fancy report if you want, right? See, the comments are there. Oh, Come on, it's a pretty report. So Giovanna, we were just looking at an active OWTS case. That was one that was just issued in November for Mosher Lane. I don't know if it's familiar to you. The document that we issued them says to call you when they're ready for their inspection. Right? This is you. So how do we create that inspection record when they come in is really what I want to make sure you get trained on. So are you signed in? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can you give us that phone number one more time on their permit report for OWTS? Okay, 8755.
Right, this is called.
Mm-hmm. Is that not right?
I don't know if that number exists.
That's how we request.
Is that your main line?
Yes.
Or searching at EcoNet?
Oh, no, it's search engine.
No. Yeah, okay.
You can find that one.
But to record that inspection, all inspections are housed in the workflow of the parent case. So all they have for an OWTS is their final. They're finished with construction. They need you to come out and create that inspection. That's going to put it in a queue for your inspector to go out and perform it. They'll probably request the date. Hey, can you come out on Wednesday? We have checklist items for the OWTS inspection. They've got to have a record drawing. They've got to record the photos. They've got to have a final certification letter. Got to have these items, and then you can result the inspection. Disapproved is really failed, and approved is passed. You can assign it to an inspector on the inspector tab. Who normally does your OWTS final inspections? We'll assign this one to Ray. So Ray, if you can open Manage My Inspections, so if you want to see what's assigned to you, you can go into Manage My Inspections. If you perform inspections and you don't have Manage My Inspections added as a favorite, go up to Omnibar, open it, add it as a favorite. I've already got it. We want to look for that inspection we just assigned to Ray. Nearly for all of Ray's inspections. Might be a whole bunch. You put inspections in desktop? No. So that was that inspection Mosher Lane that we just did in Ray's inspection queue with all of his items flagged yes and no. That was the easy example where everything was okay and it's passed and it was green. Let's go back to permit search and let's choose another one of these open OWTS cases. And let's say something failed. You should either be following along or looking for permits that are pertinent to your business process, going to their workflow and creating inspections. We're going to create this inspection, but we're going to say they failed because they didn't have their stuff. Let me get this one declared. So I just assigned that inspection to Claire. If she goes to manage my inspections, chooses her name, you're not in here. How are you not in manage my inspections? So I'm fixing Claire's user ID right now. But you should be in and practicing finding your permits and creating inspections for them. If you log off and log back on, you will be now. If you have any follow-up questions from this morning's session, certainly is a good time to ask them. Yeah. Okay. So you could very easily, so Giovanna's creating them when they call into the workflow. You could even just have an inspection search screen up. So go to Omnibar, inspection search. Probably a good idea to add inspection search to your favorites if you perform inspections in Energov. No, you should be able to result it. So the status would be disapproved, and then it would from the manage my inspection screen, you can fail it. So probably well, one of them is going away. Agree. So this is the search you would need Claire to do. Just save that search, and when Giovanna makes them, they'll go into this queue. So we did advanced searches this morning. This is going to be a high value search for OWTS folks. I'm going to save it. and share it. Well, in that field, for some reason, it requires it to be all bunched together. Were you able to get that workflow? You shouldn't have to. What record are you on? What permit number? This floodplain one?
I think you just got a new inspection. I think you just received an inspection. I'll read it.
This floodplain minor? So you should. Right, unless you filter, so that's something good to show. So you can manage my inspections. So manage my inspections. I'll show you that little trick. So let's say this is your queue for the week, right? Come in here to filter. And, well, you'd want to save the filter where it only has requested. So as you status them, some other status to fall off your queue. Does that make sense? But you actually had to right click here and fail it to get the V2. Yeah. Do this. Fail this next one, create and fail version 2. And after you save it's failed, wait about a minute and just hit refresh for me. Todd, how you doing over there? You should look for a code case. So come into Omnibar, go to code case. So if it was a code case that was in desktop as of, say, last Wednesday, it should be in here. And similar to permits, code cases have workflow. And in those workflow, of the code case should have your inspections. So Todd, I think we got your code case search added to your favorites earlier. But we can kind of look and see what you guys have opened this year so far. So it looks like you've got this zoning case on Juniper Lane. You with me, Todd? If you're in that case file. So accessory dwelling unit, somebody's living in the gazebo. Come into workflow. You've got your zoning inspections that you can create. So yeah, so back from the search screen, go to the folder, and then, yep, and then from the manage code case screen, come into workflow, these little gears down here. And if you need to kick off an inspection, just right click and do the inspection. So I've touched a little bit on environmental health, a little bit on engineering, floodplain and grading, and a little bit in code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up an inspection search. And I want you guys to be making inspections that are scheduled for this week. And I should see this list grow kind of as you make them. So there's 30 inspections in here now. I think we created 10 or 15 in the session with the building folks. But find a permit in the system or find a code case in the system. Make sure that it's active. Go kick off its inspection in the workflow. Schedule it for this week. Assign it to yourself or assign it to a colleague who would be performing that inspection. And we should see this inspection search grow if people are paying attention and doing their thing. I'm looking at the whole week. So now I just went to 31 because someone just made one. We touched on a little bit. Julie says that the grading permit inspections are really county initiated. The OWTS are obviously citizen initiated. I think the code enforcement team is really going to be county initiated as well. Compliance and follow up and whatnot. Any other scenarios for creating inspections that I haven't covered? Great. Anyone struggling in any of the search screens finding their stuff? Obviously, we should have added it to favorites. Come into permit search. Find the stuff that's relative to your department. Mm-hmm.
For our right-of-way permits, we do have required inspections.
Okay.
And the second one that we do is 2 years after the first.
Mm-hmm.
So what search criteria would you put in and say to find permits or inspections that were approved during like January 1st of 2017?
Okay.
You know, to do it on like a monthly batch.
What I would probably do is just start with a really wide search.
I mean, we don't really do in January, that's an example.
Yeah, no worries.
Too much snow.
So what you would do, so Julie's question is, we have these inspections that we created that are 2 years in the future. How do we make sure we go out there and get them? I would start with a really, really wide search. Like let's do right of way. Actually, yeah, I went into the wrong one. So I'd find this right of way inspection. So is the 2 year one just so they can get their collateral back?
Yeah. One is being pulled forward
I would probably search them all and then filter and sort them to find which ones are coming up due. If you had the iPad product, here I am being a salesman, they would show up on that inspector's iPad on those due dates that they needed to be performed. You could also probably get them for managed by inspections. Let me clear this out a little bit.
in the future.
When you have a bunch of records, you could have,
2 years from now.
you could use managed by inspections.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's actually, we can dive into that. The question at hand is kind of right-of-way permits. We do an inspection and we have a 2-year follow-up inspection. I'm gonna go see if I can find a right-of-way permit. There's 449 of them. Look at the active ones. There's 3. But if you guys want to do something, if any of these are still valid. Just what came in from desktop. A new cable TV main. He doesn't have a workflow. I think it's this one.
Any other questions?
If you're really comfortable creating inspections and resulting inspections, it's not going to hurt to go into the permit module and maybe create a permit, do some address searches. Really just practice things we went over this morning. We do have module specific training coming up as well. Right now, I'm just making a right-of-way permit to get to this use case where we're creating an inspection and a 2-year follow-up inspection. So I'm just pretending to make a right-of-way inspection at 215 Rindmere. Priority on all these. We'll go into this in detail in the permitting session for sure. Everett's floating around, but Claire, where did you get stuck adding a favorite to your search tree? Yeah. Yeah, so just if you're trying to create a favorite, right when you open the tab is when you should add it. It's a good point. So I've really made a right-of-way permit and kind of caught it up to where they're ready to call in their inspection. So do they actually call it in when they're ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
We usually don't need them.
Okay.
We just
Go there.
because it's public right of way, so we don't need testing.
What would be a comment on one that's approved? Do you make a comment?
No, usually don't. Right now,
Okay.
we just have to put our signature on. And that's it.
Okay.
It's a part of our.
Gotcha. But to the use case of, we perform that original inspection that they called in, we need to go back 2 years later to release their collateral. Here's exactly how you would do that. So you have this one saved. While you're in that record, go ahead and kick this guy off and schedule it. Schedule it for 2021. Just do it the same, you know, it's like, so there, and then we do status of scheduled, right? And then because it's scheduled, you've got to give it to somebody who normally does the right-of-way ones. You do collateral?
I do the collateral inspection.
So if you get in that habit of every time you do a conditional, you go ahead and create and schedule the collateral, then you're going to start to really build up this guy, right?
And I quit my job.
Mm-hmm. You could do that. So you go into manage.
The goal.
Yep.
The dream.
Great scenario. So Nicole, hop into manage my inspections and try to find that collateral inspection I scheduled 2 years from now. And on that day that Julie walks out the door, you're going to manage my inspections, look for all of her stuff, and then reassign them. You good with that, Nicole? Is he close to being a famous artist?
He is so close. I don't know.
I think there's one of those things that get picked up somewhere.
Like arbitrarily, we'll just like one day be like, I'm gonna slap a price tag on for like $50,000, and all of a sudden people think it's like worth something because it's priced that high. And then once you actually sell that first one, it's easier to sell them. He's still selling them for like the 1,000 and under range.
That's good.
Yeah.
So you to that use case, I can use manage my inspections to change it from Julie to Nicole. But you're right. You could do resource planning and say, I've got 15 collateral inspections coming up this month. I need to make sure that nobody has PTO and crack the whip, right? Right. Same deal. Inspection type OWTS. We have a bunch in here. Is there a bunch in desktop? Mm-hmm. No, in desktop though. Using. Okay. Okay. I'm having it show me all of them, and it's taking a little bit. So yeah, there's a bunch in here. Yeah, there's nothing that's requested. It's just the ones we made today. The desktop status.
So notice there's no dates.
Yeah, let's look at one of these. This is going to. It just looks like it's a dangling inspection from 2008, hanging on a building permit. So that's good to know. If you're in manage my inspections, you have a list of inspections. You don't know what's going on with them? Click the folder to open the record. We talked about inspections being created from permit or code case workflows. To get to those parent records, just choose the folder next to link number. So I'm going back to the actual OWTS permit. If I want to see even further back everything that's going on that parcel, come into the parcel tab and middle tabs, click on its folder. I'm in Parcel Manager and I want to see everything that's going on that property, linked records. See, this is a pretty hot parcel. It's got records going back into the 90s on it. come back to any of my tabs that I were in previously. So that kind of search sequence was manage my inspections to the inspection record, to the parent permit, to the parcel. Does anyone take photographs when they do their inspections?
Yeah.
So awesome. So when you take your photos and you want to attach them to the inspection record, we have the Documents tab. If I was out on this final at 900 UTE Forest Lane in Edwards, and I had some photos, you just come into the Documents on what's called the left menu, choose Attachments, upload the photos. It would just, you pick the best SOP for you. So is the attachment more relative to that inspection event, or is it more relevant to the overall case? So there may be a use case where you do both. There may be a use case where you only do one or the other. So if you're paying attention and you're a good egg, you've logged in, you've used a search screen to find some of your department's records, you've created inspections off of those records, you have found those inspections either via inspection search or manage my inspections. You know how to put in comments and status those inspections. You know where the photographs would go. You know how to reassign those inspections to another inspector. That's when you call Christina. If there's some in the conversion that we need to massage this week while I'm here, we can do that. So what Claire's saying is we went into inspection search. I could try and clear out all the criteria. Why not just go back up to 9-box, go back into favorites, choose inspection search here. Now I have a fresh tab. So that was those OWTS finals. You think it's the really old ones? Okay. Yeah, you have no partial performs came over. But let's say there are some requested ones. These are the ones that people have made today. Let me look for a really old schedule. Certainly easy for me to massage some of the data if you need it to happen. Tell me what search criteria you're doing to find these inspections that you don't want to come over, Claire. Mm-hmm.
So it's like we're getting duplicates. We're gonna twice as many inspections show up.
In the building world, because of a difference in how desktop and enterprise work, we didn't bring over any inspections with a status of none, where the parent permit was active. Yours sounds like it may be more extensive than that. So the 118 OWTS final inspections with a status of none that came over in the data. If you want me to bulk update those to another status or something, I can do that. To say canceled or passed. We can paint with a pretty broad brush on some of that stuff. Where are you seeing partials? Oh, so it's that. This is, yeah, this is not, this is going to be pretty easy. So what it is, it's this one that really is an invalid permit type or an invalid inspection type. So these need to go away.
Yeah.
Okay. We don't like clutter. We can make it go away. So we're getting close to time. I know you probably want to check email or whatnot before you jet for the day. Can you think of a way you're using the inspection functions of desktop that you wouldn't know how to do them in Enterprise come next Tuesday, Wednesday? You can see obviously the building department does 50 inspections a day, so they had a pretty intense session. We went through IVR, we went through all sorts of stuff with them end to end. You guys don't do as many inspections, but I want you definitely to understand how to create those records. They've got a good use case with the collateral and the right-of-way ones. Todd, you okay? Okay. Cool. Well, I don't have a problem adjourning. As much muscle memory and practice as you can get in Energov this week, the easier next week will be. I'll pull the schedule back up. So in the morning, this same group will be in here for permitting, and that's where we will go create, searching and looking for permits, and then really creating new ones, assessing fees, printing documents, all the step-by-step on creating permit records. Okay. Really intense in the workflow. If you want to bring a couple of your most recent permit applications, we can key them in. Any of that is really good exercise. So you got a right-of-way annual that we come in the morning. We'll key that in. Do you have any OWTS applications right now that you're keying in? You could bring the last 3 or 4 systems you've issued. We can key them in, look at them, bring some data. I don't have a problem adjourning early.